All right, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend, restful. Jumping into a shortened trading week this week, so we could expect for a little bit of extra bigger trading ranges. Again, typically into that Thanksgiving holiday, we usually do see some positive price action. Markets in the futures right now, S&P is up, ES is up 0.46%. You can see that the ES is bouncing quite nicely off of that EMA 113 on the daily chart, and it's right now trying to get above that 7-day moving average, which is that yellow moving average. So there's a little bit of daily chart resistance, but being the fact that we tested that area or pretty much kissed it on Friday, I do think that ES and S&P can try to work itself through this 7-day moving average. If we narrow it down here on, say, our hourly chart, there's maybe a potential for an inverted head and shoulders building. It needs to do quite a bit of work still left on the chart, but you can see that if you draw your neckline from here, it is trying to trigger a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. There's enough of a right shoulder here, a little bit of an hourly chart bull flag to try to suggest a move through that area. So we'll certainly watch and see what happens today. Again, one of the reasons why the markets generally might want to float up today's or this week is because the volume trends will definitely be lighter in the market. Sometimes people will take the entire week off, traders. Let's just clean this chart up. So SPY, we broke out of that falling wedge pattern on Friday, had that huge rally which we caught. We rode the monstrous 658 calls. I'm still net long the market, even though we've been through quite a tumultuous price action. I'm still have been accumulating names, and I still remain net long because I think that we're gonna at least head to 672 on SPY, if not higher. Whoops. So a couple things I'm looking for today. You really don't want to see SPY get faded too much. Reason being is there is a little bit of a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern. If this was to get faded, the old gap and crack, then this would trigger a pretty bearish formation on your intraday 10-minute chart. So I want to see the S&P 500 hold technical structure off of this gap up. Ideally, I would like to see it hold this neckline. We tried holding it intraday on Friday, and then they absolutely sold into it as people didn't want to hold that over the weekend. But I think that the S&P is still in a position to potentially rally here. All right. All right, let's go through some of our individual movers here in a second. Just open everything up here. Hey, Trader 586, Nick. All right, so we have a few points to discuss, guys. Quite a few individual stocks making some moves today. Let's start off with our big boys, our mega cap tech. So right away, we have Google just absolutely ripping to the upside today. I mean, Google just can't stop, won't stop. You know, if you don't use Google, I mean, I think everyone uses Google, most people do. But what I mean by if you don't use Google, they have some pretty crazy powerful platforms with their Gemini. And then their new notebook LLM is just freaking insanely powerful. So Google, I think, is leading the charge in the AI data race right now, and their tech is just superior. It's just crazy how powerful their notebook LLM is, language learning model, and also their Gemini platform. I mean, I use a variety of all. I use all the AI generators. I use Microsoft Copilot, I use ChatGPT, and I use Gemini. Um, and they're all, I think ChatGPT is actually falling behind. I'm starting to like Gemini and Copilot better than ChatGPT. So, but wow, Google just can't stop, won't stop. Ever since Warren Buffett got involved, everyone's like, damn, buy, 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 buy. Now, there is going to be a little bit of a short scalp on Google, I think, at some point today. We have done this short thesis. This is just a scalp. I don't think it's ready for a swing. So we have shorted Google quite successfully intraday price action. We did it off of this little red bar candle. We made a nice amount. So I'm thinking that we're going to see it again. I'm just going to try to isolate a level. I just want to see a couple things here. So right away we do have this parallel channel, guys, on Google, which you can see pivot low to pivot low, pivot high. We're trading in the upper range of that channel yet again, and we're actually piercing it. So that there's probably going to be a short level here. Just want to see something. Weekly chart. Yeah, look at that weekly. That weekly trend is friggin' ridiculous. Strong. Very strong. Why can't I log in? Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up my data feed here. Brokerage. But Google right now, 4.21%. It's just a beast. Absolute beast. What the hell is going on? I cannot seem to log in. Log in. Ah, there we go. All right, now it's getting pulled up here. Finally. So the headline around Google, OpenAI could need 207 billion in financing by 2030 amid compute capacity pledges. Analysts added that OpenAI was not only the one as a rival Anthropic backed by Amazon and Alphabet. Google announced a contract with Alphabet for the supply of 1 million TPU AI chips worth tens of billions of dollars. ANTRO. Let's look at Anthropic. I guess you can't look at that. Peter's wanting to look at energy stocks. Yeah, we can take a peek in a second. Good morning. Good morning. Let's just quickly digest. So Google's outperforming. That's naturally going to probably prop Meta up today. Communication basket stocks still seeing some a little bit of a bottoming formation. I do like communication stocks down here. Tesla is obviously outperforming the indices right now. That's up a couple percent in the pre-market, acting very, very well. Nvidia only up about 0.45%, but still trying to get above that previous little neckline zone. Big area here for Nvidia. Lots going on from a point of control basis, a long-term trend line, parallel channel, head and shoulders neckline. I mean, this is a busy chart in this region for Nvidia. Microsoft kind of lagging a little bit. It's only up 0.26%. Coming close to that daily 200 moving average. Amazon looks to be trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here off of its daily 200 moving average. in anticipation of maybe a Christmas rally. If you lose this 200 moving average, I mean, it's good night for Amazon. We could head down to 182 and change. All right, do we look at Apple? Apple just barely green, up 0.27%. Netflix, another day where Netflix is under pressure, guys. That's down 1% on the session. Just cannot catch a bid. Now, this is on for a 1, 2, 3 at 4-bar surge down on the daily chart. It's getting a little bit exhaustive down here. Let's see where this trend line would take us. So we've actually pierced that trend line on Netflix. So let's pull it back a little bit and see where this trend line would take us. If you use that pivot. So if you draw through that pivot, connecting to that pivot, Netflix is coming into a big support level very soon, but it could suggest a little bit more downside. Maybe they sell it off intraday today and then do a reversal, midday reversal, but around that 102 area looks pretty decent. You also have down slightly below around 102 Pierce, a nice area. So Netflix is on watch, guys, for a bit of an intraday reversal. I think it is getting a little extended to the downside here. Yeah, it's coming in really hot and heavy. So Netflix is going to be an interesting one to keep on your radar this morning. Peter's want to look at energy, XLE. So honestly, I don't like energy right now. Crude oil has tried bouncing numerous attempts, and this flag pattern is getting long in the tooth. You know, I still think that it looks to me that crude oil is going to try to take out this low. That's what I'm personally waiting for a trade in energy. You know, I'll scalp energy here and there, but it does look like crude wants to go a little bit lower in my opinion. So I'm not really liking XLE standpoint. The only strength that I see is from natural gas on a longer term basis. It is trying to pull back slightly today. It's had a stellar move. I think nat gas needs to pull back a little bit more, but I'm not really liking the energy front, to be honest. Let's see what else we got moving here. Yep, so we discussed Google, Lumentum Holdings seeing more strength, Tesla seeing strength, First Citizen. Wow, look at some of these healthcare stocks, guys. Look at Oscar today. Holy moly, Oscar up over 20% on the session. Why didn't you guys tell me to buy? Come on. Oscar shares are trading higher after Politico reported the White House will propose a 2-year extension of the Obamacare subsidies with new limits on eligibility. Now we know why healthcare, guys, has been absolutely a hot sector. Obamacare potentially being extended for 2 more years. And Oscar is absolutely ripping on that news, guys. Look at that, pumping all the way from a 1348 close above, well above 16 now. This one could squeeze, guys. This could squeeze this week to about 17 bucks. I would watch for a pullback in this name today to get long. That is a monster fundamental macro change for certain healthcare stocks. You look at CNC. Damn, I missed the long on that one. Missed the re-entry. That one's breaking out of a bull flag pattern. Let's look at UNH real quick. Wow, yeah, up about $7 here. That's a huge announcement, guys, for certain healthcare stocks. I'll put that headline in the chat there. Crazy. The nice thing is The stock that we have exposure to, guys, in healthcare that we've been accumulating is Molina, MOH. The stock has been absolutely pummeled at the lows. I think that we're in the early stages of seeing a rally of this magnitude, if not more. So that was about a 36% move over 43 days, almost averaging 1% a day. Basically, we've been accumulating MOH in the trading group. So I like to see MOH continue to push off these headlines. So that's good for our our call options. Good to see. Another reason to be going net long. You look at MRK. We were riding those $100 calls, took profits a little bit early, but MRK, geez, another push above that $100 area, acting very, very well. You got some strength in China names today, guys. Alibaba bouncing pretty sharply and hard this morning. Alibaba shares are trading higher after the company reported that its Qwen app, QWEN app, surpassed 10 million downloads within 7 days of its public beta launch. Damn. China stocks might be ready for their next leg higher. They've had a nice cleanse. So I think building into China positions, guys, are not at the risk to reward here. Pretty good. And whether you look at Baba, Tencent Music, JD, I think all of them are looking pretty good here. Especially JD and TME and Baba. I mean, all of them look pretty good. Let's look at a couple other ones. Let's look at VIPS. That one's a little bit different, but still holding pretty positive structure on your larger time frame. What else do we have here? We got PDD, Pinduoduo, a little bit weaker. SE, a little bit weaker still, trying to bounce slightly. Look at this HLF, guys. This was one of our big winners on Friday. We ended up closing our call options. So we were riding the $10 calls. Those weren't deep in the money. Nice job if you took that trade with us on HLF. Really, really good move. Seeing a little bit of strength creeping back into LiDAR stocks, guys. OUST trying to form a bit of a bottom off the daily 200 moving average. LIDR also trying to hold off that EMA 113. We'll see. A lot of these high flyers have been absolutely beaten up, even in the quantum space, just been destroyed. They are trying to find a little bit of support down here, putting in some potential daily chart bottoming tails. Not too much volume on the bottoming tails, but close enough, I guess. Oh my goodness, look at Data Vault, guys. Another day where DVLT is just ripping. I mean, holy moly. That is crazy. We took a bit of profits, over 50% gain on Friday, and this is now up another 10.5%. All right, this is getting just crazy for Data Vault, guys. This is getting crazy. I'm going to look to just sell my full position. The rest of my shares. I have 25% of my shares left. I'm going to literally sell right now. That's too much. That's too quickly, too fast. I'm going to lock in 82% gain. Yeah, I'm going to sell my data vault here in the pre-market, guys. So just bear with me. I am all out of my data vault. Sold the rest of my shares. 82.3% gain. That's crazy. So Datavolt AI announces a 7 million minting deal and 30% perpetual royalty partnership with MTB Mining to digitize mineral resources. Hmm, crazy. That was an excellent trade there on Datavolt. We should have full ported. Can't remember. Someone said full port Datavolt. Damn. What a move. That was stunning, guys. I mean, you look at this back test, and Datavolt could still go higher, guys. It could still try to take out these highs. But I would like to see it pull back slightly. You know, you can defend that weekly chart support. Had a phenomenal bounce. I would like to see it pull back to that 20-day again, whether or not that happens. But if you were to retest that $2 area, 20-day moving average, I would be a buyer. You know, you might even get some aggressive support at 232. So look for a pullback, I think, to reaccumulate this name. But that was a stunning, stunning move. Crazy. All right, let's look at some other stocks. Rocket Labs trying to bounce here in the pre-markets. Still extremely oversold. You got nuclear stocks trying to show some strength off the lows. SMR is up about 3% or so. Let's see what else. SYM, Symbotic. That's trying to put in a little bit of reversal. XYZ. That's pulled back. Looks like it's trying to carve out a bit of an inverted head and shoulders pattern. Interesting. Let's see what else we got going on. Lilly's kind of lagging the healthcare complex. Eli Lilly. MP Materials, that's seeing some strength this morning. MP. Ugh. CNC. So healthcare is clearly the big catalyst news trading event, guys, with the fact that Obamacare potentially a 2-year extension. So healthcare is certainly looking like it's going to be the hot sector. Even you look at Inspire Medical, INSP, that's ripped out of a base here. Wow, that's a strong breakout. You know, you look at this inverse head and shoulders breakout pattern here. Pretty big. I would say that's pretty big. That base, you got a nice base developed here. It's a long one too, so it means the pattern has a very, very strong chance at trending higher. 114-ish target. That's crazy. And now you're into this big gap window, so everyone's going to be watching this gap fill, right? But a lot of these medical stocks, guys, healthcare stocks have been beaten down since Trump took office in anticipation that Obamacare would be changed and healthcare insurance regulations was changing pretty crazy and quickly. So a lot of these stocks were just pummeled and exiting stage left here. Now you can see a very large weekly falling wedge pattern is potentially unfolding on some of these names. INSP. It's another one. I think pullbacks can be bought. If you get a pullback back to this EMA, that would probably be a decent risk to reward entry zone. Is there any energy stocks you're looking at specifically, Peter, long term? New York Stock Exchange. Wow, look at Novo Nordisk, guys. NVO. This is one that's getting no love. Quite surprising that NVO. No love for Novo today. No love for Novo. So Novo Nordisk blockbuster weight loss drug flops in Alzheimer trial. The stock fell after the company released top-line results from the 2-year primary analysis of EVOKE and EVOKE Plus 3 phase trials in early-stage symptomatic Alzheimer's disease. The two trials were randomized, double-blinded, enrolled 3,808 adults, and evaluated the efficacy of safety of oral semaglutide compared to placebo on top of standard of care. Damn, Novo getting wrecked. Novo getting wrecked, guys. Good morning, Peter. The other Peter's looking at uranium, URNJ, your SMR, LE. Yeah, I like uranium. I like nuclear. I do. I do. I think it's had a healthy pullback and correction. So uranium definitely into some support here. I was looking for maybe a 3-bar surge down on URA, but there's definitely some support here. Backtesting your previous little consolidation zone. What I'd like to see uranium try to do this week is recapture this wide range green bar, this breakout candle here. If it can do that, that would be a positive sign. Very, very positive. That weekly low. I want to see it get back above that area. But like SMR down here, I think it makes sense. Oklo is a little bit different, but definitely also some weekly chart support down here. I think Oklo's had enough of a sell-off ready for at least a bit of a dead cat bounce in the near term. I could see Oklo trying to recapture this little bit of a mean trend channel that it was trading in and maybe retest the 20-day moving average. The range on Oklo is so wide though. Jacob's Solution. Oh, okay, so ticker J. I don't think I've traded this stock. Wow. Yeah, that's got bludgeoned. What the heck did that fall from? Let me look here. Why did that fall? Three analysts cut their expectations. Oh, that was just an earnings fall? Holy moly. That was, what day was that? That was the 20th of November. Jacob hits record 23 billion backlog. Seed adjusted. So that was just an earnings fall? Wow. Looks like they've cleansed the stock there for sure. I don't think I've ever traded this stock. 15.29 billion? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that was a big capitulation. I mean, I would still think maybe there's a touch more, or at least you're going to probably back and fill here. Maybe it's put in low, but yeah, it's retested a nice little breakout neckline here. Jacob Solution. Um, Definitely some support down here for sure. I would have liked to see it maybe retest this high pivot zone here. But there is some support. I was thinking maybe down here around 124-ish. Keep your eye on that level. If it gets down there, just let me know. All right, we got 4 minutes till the open here, guys. 4 minutes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll go split screen here, guys, and we'll just settle in here. We'll keep SPY up. So SPY right now gapping up a few percentage points. Let's get rid of these. And remember, there is a target on watch 672 for SPY as long as we maintain structure above this neckline. All right. Let's open up the SPX here. Open sesame. We're about to open. No. What's going on here? What's going on? Super weird. So Bitcoin also had a nice pop, guys, over the weekend Sunday session. It's faded a little bit over the last several hours. Currently negative. I think it can go back to the positive side. All right, markets are open. Markets are open. S&P. So you can see the SPX is trading right into that 7-day moving average. We'll see if it can get through that area on SPX. Seeing data volt. That had a strong gap up. Still up 5%. Symbolic. Bid Farms is trying to make a little bit of a push here intraday. IWM is your weakest indice. You do have your dollar trying to catch a bit of a bid. Healthcare stocks are still your high volume surges. You got Oscar, Molina Healthcare, CNC. Interesting. Quantum stocks are somewhat mixed here. AMD is strong on the session. Micron strong. China's strong, guys. Alibaba. Natural gas weak. BMNR is seeing a nice bid. Bitfarms is seeing a crazy bid right now. S&P 500 strong off the open. Strong, strong, strong. Go, go, go. Rip it. Rip it. Certain healthcare stocks are getting somewhat faded here. Bitcoin trying to climb itself back here intraday, seeing a little bit of strength. Cypher mining, strong day. Big Berry I ripping. Tesla absolutely ripping. CJET up almost 40%. Google still holding strength. Nvidia's negative. Already a weird trading session. A lot of mixed price action across the board. With Nvidia negative and the market still holding, you want to give this market the benefit of the doubt, guys. It's looking like we are still going to push higher here. That's what that's looking like. IWM looking pretty decent now, trying to defend. Look at that S&P 500 push. This is why you buy the dip. Big push in the market, taking out Friday's highs. We are ripping, guys. We are ripping. This is what I'm talking about. I need to stand up for this crap. Push it to the limit. Push it. Bitcoin's starting to get going. Bitfarm's starting to get going, guys. Bitfarms could rip here. Let's see it rip. Again, it is a shortened trading week. Just understand that. Shortened trading week. SPX absolutely flying through that previous high, guys. That is crazy. Go SPY, go. Go SPY, go. Go, let's go, let's go. Look at that S&P, guys. Our SPY 665 calls are in the money. Let's go, baby. Good morning, Dash. Good morning. So again, our SPY 665 calls, guys, are in the money. Beautiful. Those are the December 5th calls. Look at that. Beautiful price action. Amazing to see, guys. Starting the week off on a solid note. Market is in full-fledged squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze it to the upside here. And members in the options group, I did take full profits on HLF. Locked in over 150% gain on the $10 calls, January calls. So I'm all out of HLF. Just a heads up. Trade is complete. Tempest AI, strong day. Rigetti firming up. Bitfarms trying to go. Symbiotic trying to go. Wow, look at Bitfarms pushing. Bitcoin catching some volume this morning. Dollar getting faded. S&P taking out its Friday's high, guys. What are the chances the IWM is going to try to take out its Friday high, which is basically coming into this area right now? So I think the IWM is still going to push here. Crazy, crazy move. Strong session, guys. Strong, strong session for us already. SoFi making a move up 3.5%. Plug, ripping, BM&R strong, Ondas strong, Tesla strong, Grab strong. Lots of green shoots everywhere. Green shoots. Pew, pew. So look at this SPX daily chart. A backtest of that 7-day moving average is technically your first aggressive support on SPX. That is sitting at 6638. 6638 is a buyable, aggressive buyable zone for SPX. Still a little bit of weakness across the board, but majority of stocks are still trending to the upside, especially some of those higher beta names. You got the Qs leading the charge. That's up 1.48%. Google up 5%. All right, guys, we're going to get a short on Google here. I was looking at that intraday, and this has now gone bananas. Holy moly, guys. Anything above 315, guys, is solid on Google. Uh-oh, starting to come in now. If you want to hedge some longs with some puts, I mean, if Google starts to sell off here, it might try to take this market down quite a bit. Micron's still having a day and a half. Transport stocks are mixed. Consumer discretionary is mixed. It's all flowing into tech. There is some weakness out here still, guys, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows. I'm going to look to fade Google very shortly. Gold is still trying to stay onto the positive side. You got Meta up 1, Google up 5, Tesla up 4.6. JP Morgan turned red, guys. Go figure. JP Morgan turning red. All right, guys, I'm in 312.50 put for Google, 312.50 put for Google. So 312.50 put, guys, Google. I got filled half position at $4.25. Yeah, this is high risk, end of week. Not looking for too much, but enough of a pullback. Google's typically seen a little bit of profit taking. Still a very strong tape for Google, guys. Extremely, extremely strong. Google is a powerhouse. Bitfarm is trying to get going. BITF ripping. Bitcoin trying to push higher here. High volume on Bitcoin over the last 20 minutes. Extremely high volume. AD still acting very, very well. QBTS having a stellar day. IWM pushing for a high of day. I would add to my Google puts around 317.50 Pierce. 317.50 Pierce I'd add to my Google puts. Bitcoin getting faded again, guys. MSTR just cannot turn green, whatever it does. It's trying. It's still negative, though. Still negative on the tape. Nvidia back to the dark side, guys. Nvidia going red. Look at this Google chart. Google, at this rate, is going to become the world's largest company. What is the market cap on Google right now? Let's just take a quick peek. 3.81 trillion? Holy moly. 3.81 trillion. Is Google bigger than Mr. Softy right now? What is Mr. Softy? Whoa, Google's bigger than Microsoft, guys. Microsoft market cap is 3.53 trillion. Holy moly. Apple's still 4.06, but Google's going for Apple now. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Google bigger than Microsoft. I don't think Google's ever been bigger than Microsoft. I'd have to look back at history, but I'm pretty sure Microsoft has always been bigger than Google. But Google, now the third largest company in the world, looking to try to dethrone Apple. Wow, that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. That's amazing. That is amazing for Google. All right, guys, I'm going to add to my position here. All right, I just took another fill, guys, at $3.40 on Google. 340 fill. I won't add any more. Seeing the SPY putting back a little bit here. IWM still up 0.5%. QQQ still ridiculously strong. You do have Netflix, JP Morgan, Eli Lilly, Microsoft, Nvidia, all red. So there is some distribution under the hood of this market, guys. I'd be very, very careful with certain long positions. Again, be very, very careful. Tempest AI, that's still having a solid day at the highs of its chart, looking like it wants to keep pressing. Meta back above 605, that's still trying to press here. Again, communication stocks are ridiculously strong. It's kind of what we outlined in our weekly sector review. BABA's still pushing up over 5%. How's JD doing? JD at 2907, not performing as well, but trying to show some structure. 10-cent music, that's having a nice bid. AMD still strong. Micron still a beast. Come on, Google, give us a little bit of a pullback. S&P still remarkably strong. Looks like Google doesn't want to pull back at all just yet. IWM punching through. Your dollar's trying to rip. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average has now gone red, guys. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows out here. There's definitely some concentrated capital trends. You know, people are chasing Google. Now that it's the third largest company in the world, kicking Microsoft off of its perch. You can clearly see people are in Microsoft are saying, shit, get me out. It's down 0.5% when the NASDAQ is up 1.5. That is crazy divergence. Germ F426, what do you think about Plug right now? Let's take a quick peek at Plug. Trading just above $2 right now. Daily chart, a lot of resistance, trying to work itself through the daily 7 moving average. I would say let it retrace some of this move. It's had a nice bounce off of the lows, so I would say if you take your fib from this low point to your high pivot, you know, your first aggressive level would be to kind of buy this gap fill around a pierce of $2. But I would say I'd be more inclined to wait for $1.89. $1.89 on Plug. It's getting slightly rejected off its 7-day moving average right now. Bitcoin guys getting whacked. Uh-oh. Market's looking a little bit vulnerable here. Market's looking a little bit vulnerable. Especially since Google's up so astronomically here, guys. I would not be surprised to see some more profit taking. I mean, it seems that every time Google gaps up here, it goes through a nice amount of profit taking. You saw a gap up here. Look how many times Google's gapping up. You gapped up over here, a little bit of profit taking, bounced a new high, then a big wave of profit taking. Then you gap up over here, more profit taking. Gap up over here, let's see what occurs. SPY getting wrecked here. Come on. Our Google puts are now green. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Go Google. We go. Come on. Can we get these 312.50s green and in the money? Again, the big area that you would like to see SPY maintain above is this trend line here. You got XYZ's gone red. Wow, XOM getting slapped. Snap's now red. Rocket Lab's going red. Trade Desk going red. What else? You got nat gas stocks under a lot of pressure. Financials are under pressure. Certain healthcare stocks are giving up the goods. Bitcoin down 1.5. You got interesting divergence between the long and short end of the curve. You got 10-year yield down sharply. 2-year yield still green. UVXY still down 4.4%. Gold still green. Crude oil just slightly green. SPY and IWM are kind of neck and neck. You got Amazon still strong, Microsoft getting sold into, Nvidia getting sold into, Apple up 0.7, still holding steady. Google still up 5, Meta up 1.86, Tesla up 4. But the financials are coming in hard, guys. They are coming in hard. Come on, Google. Give us a little bit of a dip. You've got way more in you than this. Markets are still catching some resiliency here on SPY. Google just does not want to see much profit taking at all. Continued resiliency for Google. Wow, look at that push. Pushing right back up. Nuclear stocks are still trying to hold steady. XOM getting rejected pretty hard here. IWM pushing right back up. You can see buy the dip is coming in full force here for the S&P 500. All right, so that bounce on SPY mainly was due to Nvidia and Google there. Nvidia basically went from down 1% to only down 0.4. So it was about a 0.6% bid there. Very, very strong. SPY's a little bit vulnerable here still. It's trying to hold its strength above this neckline. But definitely some backing and filling. The only concern is you still have Google super extended. Which if Google starts to sell here, get a little bit of profit taking, it could certainly hurt the indices. But still holding structure on your hourly chart, 10-minute chart. You got AMD still ridiculously strong. Look at Broadcom, AVGO guys, Micron still shaking and moving. Obviously, saying, how do we read the market this week as the volume will be lower? Is that bearish? Well, it's not a guarantee that the volume is going to be lower. And typically, no, lighter volume is actually bullish. Again, I'm still positioned for bullish price action. But I don't like how extended Google's gotten. It's kind of skewing things a little bit here. And you have to now watch Google because Google's now more important than Microsoft, guys, in the indices. And it's not that far away from Apple. So Google's kind of your new trending stock that needs to be monitored as a strong barometer for the market. Right now, obviously, Google extremely elevated. But since it's now the third largest company in the world, coming out of nowhere, Google went from basically 2 trillion to 3.8 trillion in a blink of an eye. Pretty amazing. But lighter volume typically favors upside. Again, volume trends are key to understand, guys. When there's lighter volume, it means that there's less sellers. There's always buying in the market. Funds, ETFs, pensions. Volume trends get spiked higher when there's sell side pressure. So when there's lighter volume, it generally means there's not much selling occurring. Google's still a beast. Tempest AI, guys, having a solid day. TEM, very strong price action. Look at that, breaking out to the high side here. Crazy day. Tempest, Tempest, Tempest. Look at this pattern on Tempest. It could be the next squeezer, guys. I'm already long. I'm already positioned long in Tempest. That's a member trade. But Tempest is ripping here, up 5%, guys. Breaking out of a hourly chart bullish formation here. I mean, we're looking at this. This Tempest could start to move like DataVolt. I'm seeing the early similar patterns. Just how DataVolt was down here at the lows, guys. Breaking out of this pattern. Similar to what Tempest is doing. I think we're in this stage of Tempest. Where it's showing those initial breakout signs. Then you had a big pullback and then a big rip. So again, we sold our DataVolt, guys, in the pre-market here at 284. Never even hit that area. So I no longer hold DataVolt. We were pounding the table on that one. Took 82% profit. I mean, crazy, crazy day for DataVolt. Excellent gains. The market is still technically holding above that neckline, which means that we could still float to this upside target. Again, this Google stock is just skewing things right now. Meta still pushing. Meta pushing up to 608.40. IWM actually just printed another high day. So we're still seeing highs of day set in individual stocks and in the IWM indices. So the market's still acting okay right now. I just think there could be a little bit of softening in Google. That's what I'm expecting, but your VIX is still getting slapped. There's still a lot of pockets of strength. Communication stocks. We discussed XLC in our weekly sector review and said don't be surprised for that to see a bottom and some serious liquidity. So that's perking up quite nicely. Come on, Google. What I'm hoping to see is the liquidity come out of Google and go right into Meta. I'd love to see that. Meta is still at the highs of its session, and that could happen, guys. We could see some sell side pressure come into Google and flow right into Meta. I mean, look at Meta's chart intraday. Meta's acting extremely, extremely well. Ripping right now. It's about freaking time. Meta's trying to give us our first closing hourly higher high. There's a bit of a trend change occurring in Meta right now, guys. We're looking for our first higher high. We've just pierced it. I'd love to see an hourly higher high close for Meta. And that would signify a very, very strong, highly probable chance of Meta continuing over the coming weeks, at least continuing this bounce. But so oversold. Kind of a no-brainer down here. Meta's acting very, very well intraday. So I'm optimistic that price action can hold. S&P still holding up 0.7%, 663.51 on SPY. Still acting very, very well. Google softening a touch here. Microsoft, Nvidia still down. JP Morgan turned green, guys. So financials are starting to get a little bit of strength creeping back into the market with the IWM pushing. So your IWM is now outperforming your S&P 500 almost by a 2-to-1 basis, and your Russell's looking ridiculously strong right now. Bitcoin trying to make a reversal. I got a lot of smaller cap, high beta names starting to catch some extra liquidity and turn green. The amount of volume that Bitcoin is trading down here is getting pretty thick, guys. Look at that huge volume off the open. Definitely showing that BTC wants to try to make a bit of reversal here. BITO, lots of volume as well. Let's look at some of these high flyer cryptos. MSTR, this one's been so weak day after day. It's now slightly green on the session. MARA is trying to make a little bit of a push here, up 3.87. Coinbase ripping. IREN trying to break out and rip. Bitfarms, let's see that name. Trying to break out and rip to the upside here. Come on, Google, you're stubborn stock. Just give me a dip into that 312.50. Like, I'm not even asking for much, guys. Just asking for a small retrace. Meta going for 610. BTC, guys, trying to make a move here. IWM is ripping, new high of day up 1.18%. Wow, looks like the Russell might want to take leadership today. Crazy day for the Russell. $238.74, so about another 40 cents higher on the Russell is your near-term hourly chart resistance. Crazy moves in individuals today. Some of your high volume stocks today, guys. High volume list, NVIDIA, Datavolt, NVO, Open, Oscar, Tesla, Ondas, Google, Big Bear AI. Wow, up 11.39. Grab up 7.7. Mara up 5.8. SoFi up a whopping 5. Neo up 4.3. BMNR up 6.8. Cypher Mining up 16.3. Intel, Palantir, Google. Crazy. Look at that S&P 500 ripping. Ripping. Meta is just strong today. Google's still ridiculously strong. Tempest AI can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, NASDAQ is still outperforming. It's the leading indice, but the from where the Russell has come and rallied to where the NASDAQ is, I mean, the NASDAQ hasn't really sold off much. And I'll pull up that chart. You can see the QQQ opened, had a bigger gap up than all the other indices, and it's retesting its highs right now. And it just broke it, but you look at it on a structural basis, the IWM broke its high a few minutes ago. So there's definitely more liquidity flowing into your small caps as of now. Considering the Qs just took out their highs and the IWM took out its highs a few minutes ago, a little bit more of a relative intraday strength-based trade there for the Russell. Certainly, small caps are catching some serious liquidity. SPY right now is still lagging, right? SPY has not taken out its high just yet. And there's always a chance that it will, considering the strength in the NASDAQ is creeping higher and higher. Cypher mining up 15%. Wow. BTC still trying to go. Your dollar is still creeping higher, guys. DXY. S&P looking like it wants a new high of day. Dollar still creeping. You got Microsoft green, Nvidia green, Netflix trying to go green, Eli Lilly still down. All mega caps are now green on the session. You're getting broad-based performance now creeping back into the market as a whole. The only troublesome price action I see is your dollar firming up quite sharply here. Your VIX is still getting slapped down sharply on the session. Good to see. SMR up 3%, looking like it's trying to break out and squeeze a bit higher. Google still in full beast mode, guys. So again, we've already taken some profits today, guys, in the swing trading group, options trading. HLF, big winner for us today, over 150% gain. And then DataVolt in the pre-market. Exceptional trade on DataVolt, guys. If you're even in the free trading Telegram group, we've been kind of telling everyone about this stock, and I exited the full position today. So I'd be looking to get long on dips again. But it's gone a little bit too high too quickly for my liking. Google still a full bull beast up here. Come on, Google. Looks like it wants to sweep the high one more time and then maybe see a bit of selling. So we'll see what happens. But markets are still holding steady, guys. Your IWM still holding at the highs. S&P about to take out its high. So it's telling us that there's a little bit more strength creeping back into other sectors of the market right now. Interesting. There's quite a divergence in the market. I'm going to post a picture of all the sectors, but you have right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors of the S&P 500 red right now. Energy still weak, materials a little bit weak, industrials a little bit weak, staples weak, real estate weak, utilities weak. Strength in consumer discretionary, that's up 1.42%. XLK, obviously, that's up 1.77%. Communications are strong on the back of Google and Meta. There is your high sweep on Google, S&P sweep in the highs. Still a strong day so far. S&P up almost 1%, QQQ up 1.8, IWM about 1.07. Google crossing 6% upside, up $18 on the session today. Pretty remarkable. Google's market cap going for, it's close to 4 trillion, guys. Close to 4 trillion. Bitcoin making a move here. BTC is starting to rip, guys. Starting to rip here. That's getting kind of crazy. Really strong up here. Exceptionally, exceptionally strong. A little bit of selling in your S&P 500. Your dollar's still surging here, guys. S&P still ripping. Google still trying to rip. Bitcoin still trying to push here. Nice pullback in the market. Microsoft and Nvidia, guys, back to the negative side. The one thing again that's concerning me is look how strong this dollar is, guys. It is just absolutely moonshotting intraday. Coming into a little bit of resistance here, but that dollar chart is ripping. I mean, ripping hard. Buy 665 calls. I'm putting a stop loss at break even. I'm not letting the trade go against me. So 665 December calls. I'm going to keep a break even stop loss on the trade, just to make sure that I don't lose anything if we start to give up some of the goods here. Markets are still hanging in there and acting well, but seeing a little bit of selling under the hood, which we'll have to take it candle by candle. It could potentially result in a little bit more profit taking, but just protect certain positions if you're super, super long. Come on, Google. Come on down, baby. Again, Google's prior high is sitting all the way down here at 306.58. I'd love to see a hard decline on Google. Super extended up here. S&P still holding value here. Still acting fairly well. Google's seeing a little bit of selling as SPY's still trying to hold. S&P right back up. Look at that SPY ripper. Microsoft back to the green side. Netflix trying to go green. Google still holding extremely solid value up here, but starting to come in slightly. So again, what's interesting is Google's softened up as SPY's trying to push, so we'll see what happens here. Bitfarm still trying, IWM still looking solid, trying to push here. SVIX is up 5%, so VIX is still selling off pretty hard. UVXY down 7.92. S&P still looking for another high. QQQ up 1.7. So now you have the Qs slowing down a little bit. S&P showing some minor signs of intraday relative strength. IWM still holding steady. Still have Nvidia negative on the session. Microsoft back to the dark side. Google coming in slightly. Come on, Google. Give me a drop into the 314 handle. Give me a drop. Again, I think the smart thing to do, guys, on Google, if you're short with me, 314.07, that first fib level, that's where I'd look to trim half the position. All right, 314.07, I'd trim half the position there. S&P still a beast, climbing to the high side. Molina Healthcare still acting very, very well. Looks like certain healthcare stocks are probably going to give us new highs intraday. So market's still acting quite well. UNG, UNH. Let's look at that. How's Novo doing? Yeah, Novo is still down sharply, 7.83% on the session, but trying to find a little bit of liquidity. We'll see if that's the case. Dragonfly still ripping. How's Meta doing? Meta's still above 610 and ripping, now up 2.67%. Again, I still think that some of the Google liquidity is going to rotate into Meta. Nvidia and Microsoft are still teetering between positive and negative. JP Morgan, guys, still negative on the tape, slightly. BTC seeing a little bit of rejection off of 86.6. Meta still looking decent. IWM still holding positive structure. SPY still looks like it wants to give us another high of day. Google is still trying to trend up here. Your dollar's still over 100 and looking very strong. It's running into a bit of pre-market high resistance, but your dollar's still acting very, very well. Gold still having a strong day. Nat gas down 2.2. Bitcoin still negative on the session. Trimming half of my SPY 665 calls. I'm going to trim half of them up here. So I did lock in 31% gain there, guys. Stop at break even on SPY calls. So 665 calls did print in the money there, but secured half the profits. Just de-risking a little bit in the event that Google wants to come in a little bit more. You still have underlying weakness in Nvidia, which is always a bit of a concern. We are seeing drone stocks continuously catching a decent sized bid here. So drone showing some strength. High beta assets are still acting very, very well so far. Seeing quite a bit of selling now under the hood. Google starting to come in. SPY getting rejected off of kind of its prior day high. So far it's actually holding steady. Shouldn't say it's getting rejected, but Google's slowly trickling down here, guys. The selling has been controlled and slow, so I'm expecting at some point it's going to get a little bit faster and harder as some of that day trade liquidity. I think as soon as we lose the top of this green bar candle, that's where the selling might start to speed up in Google. Again, Microsoft, Nvidia. Nvidia now down 0.6%. Still seeing the IWM curl a little bit lower here. QQQ also trying to curl a little bit lower. Qs are sitting right at a volume shelf, point of control. Still above its 7-day. I'm expecting the Qs to retest the 7-day moving average, which is at 597.77. But SPY is tough right now, maintaining structure above its prior day high for the time being. Big push on your QQQ again. Potential 15-minute hanging man candle trying to print on your QQQ. So a potential bearish candle trying to form in the next 2 minutes or so. Big push on Meta. Meta new high of day. SPY still pushing. IWM still pushing. Your dollar is also trying to push. Alright, so the hanging man candle closes in 2 minutes on QQQ. Potentially a little bit of a short-term bearish signal on your Qs. We'll see what's the case here. Meta absolutely ripping. Google bouncing sharply now. VIX is still getting faded. UVXY down 8%. SPX trading at 66.70. Tempest ripping, Molina ripping, Rocket Labs green, Rigetti, strong SMR, Bitfarms starting to firm up. QQQ ripping, going for another push here. Another strong push. Google floating right back to the highs. S&P trying to give us another high of day. IWM just wicked us for a new high of day. JP Morgan, Netflix still red. Tesla up 6.38. Strong push. Tesla's now the strongest mega cap on this session. Meta up 2.9. Google up 5.6. Apple up half. Nvidia still down 0.6. Microsoft slightly green. Amazon up 2.37. QQQ still outperforming. IWM second leading indices. SPY up about 0.98%, but lagging the three. Still acting very, very well. All right, QQQ is about to print a little bit of a bearish 15-minute candle. We got to watch that closely. Candle close in 30 seconds. And there is somewhat of a bearish candle formation playing out on the Qs here. If we look at this 15-minute chart, trying to give us a little bit of a hanging man candle. We'll see though. 10-minute candle still looks good. Daily chart still looks pretty decent. So again, it's a smaller time frame candle. Might not hold too much weight, but it is there. So it is trying to form that bearish candle. So that's a bit of a bearish candle on the Qs, guys. Doesn't mean we're going to sell off crazy, but we could definitely see some profit taking here. So look at that. Right off of that 15-minute hanging man, a little bit of initial selling coming into the picture. We'll see if it results in more selling. Excuse me. S&P 10-minute chart. Let's look at the S&P 15. Yeah, it also printed that hanging man candle. So let's see if there's some sell side prop taking over the next, say, 15, 30 minutes. Google's still acting very well. S&P Q still holding steady. QQQ retesting 599, trying to lose the 600 level. DPRO up 9% now and ripping. Dragonfly is starting to fly again. Rigetti's still strong. Uh-oh, I'm starting to get a big glare on my computer. SMR still strong. Rocket Lab strong. Wells Fargo negative. Sorry for saying fear and greed index 13 out of 100. Yeah, after last week's sell side pressure, there's definitely a lot of FOMO and a lot of stocks oversold, right? You're getting a lot of green strength today. Open door, that's up 10.81, acting very, very well. Open sesame. S&P putting in some nice consolidation here, like it wants to try to push even higher. QQQ still trending. Bitcoin's still somewhat a little bit fragile and weak. Nvidia's still a little bit weaker. Here's the thing, right? This market can really rip higher if Nvidia starts to firm up here. Google trying to trend again. Meta new high of day, ripping. Ripping. S&P looks like it's going to give us a new high of day. QQQ still slightly off of the highs. IWM still consolidating quite well above its prior day high. So nothing wrong with the markets just yet. We are still putting in bullish consolidation. You got strength from your mega cap tech, which is leading the charge to the upside. That's always a helpful hand to the indices. A little bit of hourly chart resistance being tagged here on the QQQ. So I would personally like to see some more consolidation off of this gap up. But again, you have the likes of Meta that are still oversold. Amazon was getting oversold off that 200 daily moving average. Maybe a head and shoulders here on Google's 1 minute. Maybe. Hasn't triggered though. And chart pattern is still holding steady. Look at Meta, guys. Meta, Meta, Meta. I am loving that. I am loving that Meta breakout today. Stunning, stunning move for Meta. I love it. Clinical. Keep it going. So here's what we were talking about structurally, right? On the hourly close, Meta did print a higher high. That's extremely bullish for the near-term trend. Meta giving us a higher high on the hourly chart, triggering a W formation, inverse head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. But Meta should have more upside. Maybe you get a back test of this neckline since the larger daily trend is still a bit fragile and weak, but Meta is showing some signs of life off of the lows. It's about frickin' time. It is about time. All right, Google, potential 1 minute head and shoulders. If it were to trigger on Google, it would take us down to that 312.50 put area. So bear TP if it triggers. If it triggers, again, it's still a tough stock, guys. Google's one tough stock, especially with Warren behind it now. Basically, a lot of funds will just tail Warren Buffett's trade, piling in on Google at the long side. But remember, Warren Buffett's a long-term holder. He's not no short-term trader. He is longer than most of us hold positions. Meta flying 613.30 on deck, up 3.19% and trending. Ripping, man. Holy moly. Meta is just a full beast stock right now, guys. You know what stock is probably going to catch up and play some sympathy is Snapchat. That's going to have to firm up. Look at SPY, guys. Ripping. Absolutely a moneymaker. Calls are printing. Calls are printing. Come on, rip it. Rip it even higher. XYZ is now green. Even energy is catching some liquidity with the strength in the indices. Quite crazy. Just give me a sec, guys. Your dollar is caving here, so that's going to be helpful for gold, helpful for oil, helpful for Bitcoin, helpful for the market. Dixie is imploding here pretty sharply. Look at that sell side decline in the US dollar. Again, that's helpful for pretty much everything across the broad market. Look at Tessie up 6.3 and ripping. Feels like one of these days Elon Musk is going to come out and say, boom, here's another billion worth of stock that I'm buying since he got approved that compensation package. Imagine, eh? I think there was also that post on X recently where Elon Musk called out Bill Gates and said, you better close your short trade that you've been holding for several years. That was pretty funny. Look at this market rip, guys. We are ripping SPY, SPX, backtesting that head and shoulders neckline. Big area here for SPX, guys. It looks like we're going to obliterate that neckline. Oh my goodness. Crazy print. Markets are in full bull. Ho, ho, ho. Santa Claus is coming to town. So far, if you were long the market, you're being paid. You are being paid. It's pretty crazy how fast, again, we can go from bearish to bullish, right? In the blink of an eye. And I'm not saying we're out of the woodwork. We're at a huge level here for SPX. This is your original head and shoulders neckline. So big area for the markets. A lot of time left in the session. Lots of time. All right, just give me one sec, guys. I'll be right back. Come on, drop it down, Google. Break a little bit of structure here. I'd be happy. Come on. SPY is still just ripping. Videos back to the green side. Tesla, Google, all mega cap is ripping here now. Nvidia and Microsoft are trying to join the party a little bit. Bitcoin's still somewhat weak and lagging. Your UVXY getting slapped, guys, down 9%. Risk to reward, not a bad shortable area on the market here. Again, keep stops tight if you are going to look to fade it, as we have broken out and hold it. Look at that red bar down on Google. That is nasty. Come on, Google. Chop it down. But it looks like this week, guys, SPY's heading to 672 and change. That is the upside target of this breakout pattern. We are looking pretty filthy here. Come on, Google, break it down. Chop it down. BTC still trying. It's just looking like one of those trending squeeze days on SPY, eh? Come on, let's see if this head and shoulders on Google can trigger, guys. Give us a little bit of a bearish trigger. Your neckline is this flat top neckline, flat bottom neckline. It's going to be tough though. The market is resilient up here. So it's a tough thing to occur, but it's going to try. They want people to chase price action here, guys. They want people to chase. Just be careful. Meta 614. Boom. Go, Meta, go. Bitfarms now trying to wake up. BITF up 6%. Bitcoin's still lagging here, guys, but trying. Come on, Google. Give us a breakdown. Give us a breakdown, Google. Give us a breakdown. Chop it down, Google. Nice. Google trying to break down here. Give me a new low. Take out this low so that we have a lower high and a lower low intraday. And I would love you forever. Go, Google, go. Go, Google, go. Go, Google, go. Chop it down. Chop it down. SPY's still relentless. My, oh my. That S&P's relentless. IWM going for another high of day. Your dollar getting a fat candle bounce. So your DXY trying to recapture key technical support and breakout levels. Give me a Still a little bit vulnerable here. Trying to break a bit of structure. Big area here for Google. Big area here, right on this little bit of a previous pivot zone. Head and shoulders. The problem is the S&P is still remarkably strong, so they're trying to save Google. Come on, Google, chop it down a little bit. Look at drone stocks, guys. They are ripping here. ONDS, DPRO. Next one to play catch up is probably UMAC, guys. Unusual Machines. Lagging the drone complex a little bit, but looking for a bit of a breakout intraday. Google right back up. Being defended so far. Come on, take our puts in the money. Or at least to this first fib. Come on, Google. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Chop it down. Give us some consolidation. Chop it down, Google. Nice rejection off the neckline. Nice little bearish formation trying to trigger here on Google. We did print a little bit of a lower low here. Google's melting here, guys. Puts are printing. Come on. Give us more. SPY starting to weaken a little bit. Meta starting to come in. Communication stocks are seeing a little bit of profit taking. Where is Google's pre-market high? Pre-market high on Google's at 312.80, guys. 312.80. Interesting. Because I'm going to look to trim half my Google puts here. I just trimmed half Google puts small gain. I just locked in a 15% gain there on my Google puts, guys. Still riding half the position short. All right. Nice decline there on Google, guys. Really stunning. We're in pretty much the one stock that's getting hit. Beautiful job there, guys, on Google. Puts are ripping. Could get a retest of this 315.60 and then continued selling, but it looks like a pretty tight institutional sell program has commenced on Google. If you continuously see rejection from this 1 minute simple moving average, then it's telling us that there is an institution selling, unloading. You can see it wicked through it over here, got slapped, so we'll see if it gets slapped right back down. If it gets slapped right here, then we're probably going to retest this 1 minute EMA. All right, but market is still strong. Still a lot of strength across the indices. So we'll see. But good to know we just locked in a bit of profits there, 15% of Google. Look at that sell program. So there is a sell program in place on Google right now, looks like. Again, if you get above that 1 minute moving average, then you could bounce to 315.60. All right, they're trying to get above there again. Still seeing wicks off that short-term 1 minute moving average. Look at that. They don't want to pop it through it just yet. Break even stop loss on the rest of my Google, guys. Not going to let the trade go against me. Break even stop on the rest of the Google. So a nice couple wins in the swing trading groups. Nice little live trade here called out on Google. So hopefully everyone was able to profit on the put side with us for Google, and it's a gift that still keeps on giving. You can see we got rejected and slapped off that 1 minute moving average yet again on Google. So we continuously see harsh rejection off that price line. So nice sell program is in place for Google. Really healthy to see. We are coming up into that first Fibonacci level, so there is definitely some support creeping in here, guys. If I can get a $4 exit on Google, I'll probably take it. So one more little flush down on Google, I think I would take the full position off the table. If you want to leave runners, that's up to you. If you want to leave runners with a break even, that's up to you. It's still a strong stock, so I'm not looking for too big moves, even though we have seen Google get faded pretty substantially. Um, just protect your profits. That's all I'm saying. Protect your profits. Bitcoin trying to make a breakout here. Bitcoin is trying to make a little bit of a move. Google looks like it's put in a bit of a bottom here, back above that 7 moving average on the 1 minute chart. So this is why I was looking to take profits down there. But BTC now firming up quite nicely. So Bitcoin's looking like it could potentially want to trend a little bit more. Still getting wrecked. Bitcoin is breaking, guys. Bitcoin is breaking. BTC spiking to the high side. Keep your eye on crypto stocks. Look at BTC breaking out intraday, guys. High volume breakout. Look at BTC, guys. Keep your eye on Mara, MSTR, Bitfarms, Riot, Coin. Bitfarm lottos, man. $3 lottos are 2 cents right now for end of the week. That'd be crazy if that hits. Nice breakout though on Bitcoin, guys. Really solid breakout trying to get above its prior day. Mara up 4.3, MSTR up 2.26. Google still coming in. IWM just made a spike higher. Tempest AI still shaking and moving. China stocks are still trying to trend here. BABA is still holding majority of its gains. You got JD trying to push. That's still lagging a little bit, holding around 29 bucks. Let's look at TME. Tencent Music, that's still pushing. SE pushing. Pinduoduo, that's getting fade a little bit. Keep your eye on Bitfarms, guys. A little bit of volume starting to increase with the Bitcoin spike here. Bitcoin can hold these gains. Bitfarms should wake up here. They're still trending here. Google's still struggling, guys. Anyone still riding those puts? You're still in the driver's seat. Again, if you're wanting to take a Bitfarm Lotto, $3 calls, end of week are 2 cents right now, 1 and 2 cents. I mean, it's a lotto, but it's a cheap lotto. With Bitcoin trying to turn green here, it is green, and looks like BTC could give us a potential new high. Whoops. Bitcoin can break out of this little bit of a neckline zone. It should squeeze here. Google's still coming in, guys. Beautiful trade on Google. Look at that price action. Come on down, Google. Come on down. That's what I'm talking about. All right, guys, I'm looking at taking my full profits here on Google, this next little decline here. Still trying to spike here. Just asking what's my next resistance on SPY? 672. Let's just see here. Got a little confluence zone here at 669, 669.04, 669. You have the 1-year hourly chart MA coming into play, as well as your EMA 113 in your hourly. So that's a big area. 669 is a big area for your SPY. Now let's just throw up a fib retrace. I know the Qs are into some resistance here. Yeah, so there's definitely some resistance here. I don't know how much farther we're going to go. 669 is still the really big area intraday. But there's some here. You've now retested basically 50% of this down move. You're into a nice Fibonacci area. Let's take it from our previous all-time high. So yeah, I think 669 to 670 is probably where we want to go to. There's still a little bit more upside, although I'd like to see a bit of tight consolidation here. It looks like we're probably going to head to 670. You know, if this market starts to squeeze like the way it is doing right now, we could see that target price of 670, 170 hit today. That's that little facing formation inverse head and shoulders pattern. So that could hit today, but I would like to see some consolidation here for the next hour or so before we take our next leg higher. But the way our markets move, people FOMO, people were severely underpositioned. I kept saying last week, I said, I think that this market is still going to get a really strong bounce. I think a lot of funds are underpositioned with the sell-off that occurred last week. The sell-off, again, there was no real technical signals as to why the sell-off happened. So that being said, that huge gap and crack on NVIDIA earnings, that left a lot of people exposed, right? A lot of people just said, fuck it, I'm out, get me out. And now I think you're going to have a lot of people chasing. A lot. So we'll see what happens. But I would like to see some consolidation here. That's for sure. In order for this to be a little bit more sustainable, you want to see some sideways chops should be welcomed. Oh yeah, 669 is a big area. If you look at the QQQ, Sarper is saying MSOS, is that moving? If you look at the QQQ hourly, Qs are through their major 601 resistance. Let's look at the 4-hour. 605 resistance on the Qs. Yeah, look at that. We're almost, that 50-day moving average on the Qs is 607.39. That'll be a big area. SPX. SPX 50-day is not that far away, guys. Look at that. About, what is that? $17 away. That's not very far. So, that's pretty crazy, eh? How we were so stretched and then bang. 2-day bounce. It's looking like the SPX could be putting in potentially a 1, 2, 3 bar surge. That would not surprise me. But remember, it's not a matter how the market's open, it's a matter how the market's closed. If we were to give back all of these gains today, that would be not a good sign. But for now, it's still looking pretty positive. Obviously, there's going to be a ton of resistance up here. MSOS, let's take a peek. So Sarfraz just smoked a bong and popped MSOS. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, what's the news on MSOS? There must be some sort of a headline. Let's take a peek. What time was that spike? What am I on? 10-minute chart here, so 20 minutes ago. So 11 o'clock news. Anyone seeing any news? Let me look here. TV. Definitely some news. Is it the whole cannabis sector? This looks squeezy, guys. Cannabis looks friggin' squeezy. I don't really see any news. There must be something though. This sector really. YCBD also up, CGC also up. Yeah, the whole sector is going to be squeezing off of this news, right? That's a high volume. So we look at ACB. That's trying to break out. CGC. Trying to break out. Let's look at MJ. MJ trying to squeeze. SNDL. Let's just look at my cannabis names here. Here. Yeah, SNDL outperforming. Look at that, up 10.56% on SNDL. Chronos Group up 3.8 ACB. So then your two ETFs are kind of neck and neck, MJ and MSOS. Tilray up 8.53. So maybe there's news on Tilray. I didn't search that one. Let's see. Tilray to sell cannabis vape products to Quebec. I mean, that's not really too big. Albert saying, historically, how's the week after Thanksgiving? I see some selling on Wednesday and then maybe a bit of a rally. I'm not too sure historically. It's a good question. Anyone wants to backtest that and look, feel free. Hmm. I haven't really seen anything, guys, with cannabis, but something's probably going to hit the wire soon. I've got a news feed open, but I'm not seeing anything. I mean, if anyone finds the news, let us know. I'm always curious about that sector because it's such a momentum trade and it's a squeezy trade. All right, Bitcoin spiking here yet again, guys. Look at BTC ripping to the upside. Keep your eye on crypto stocks. Keep your eye. All right, guys, for our SPY 665 December calls in the option trading group, I am going to be trailing a stop. Or I'm going to raise my stop to in the money. I want to protect that trade. right, so I'm putting a $2 in the money stop on our SPY calls. Bitcoin squeezing, QQQ squeezing, SPY squeezing, everything squeezing. Dash Keller saying there was just some legislation on hemp that was negative. Maybe the legislation didn't pass, so there's a shift with that. Just speculating. Well, thank you for that info. Potentially. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something occurring under the hood, that's for sure. Definitely something. IWM is seeing a little bit of sell side, guys, so the Russell's starting to come in just a touch here. Still acting okay, the markets. I mean, we'll see if some of this capital could rotate into crypto. BTC is still lagging on really a technical basis, but it's trying to firm up here, guys. It's trying. Bitcoin's tagged a massive area on really the weekly time frame. And this could be an inverse head and shoulders building on Bitcoin. Could be. take a break off the mic again. Just a 1 day trade for me. In Google, we did net a nice little profit on Google, so good job. And then profit secured swing trading, options investing. So we'll see. Still think the market is acting okay. I'm not expecting too big of a decline. So I think that there's still upside favored in this market, although we've had a really strong move to the upside, and I would still like to see much more consolidation than this. Does look like SPY's heading to 672. The next big area where I think we could stall out is kind of right in between this confluence zone hourly S&P chart. 669.07 and 669.46 is where I think we stall out today. The next viable support, if we do dip, is going to be basically back here at 666. Okay. But so far, market's acting quite well. Um, Again, not expecting too much of a dip at all. Breakout here. Starting to get some buy side pressure. Look at that full gap and crack on Datadog. Jeez. Tilray 1 cent lotto at Tilray 1 cent lotto at 3 cent. Tilray. I'm always up for a good lotto. Yeah, there's certainly it's trying for sure. Looks like it's got some volume today behind it. All right, Bitfarms guys, getting some volume. Bitfarms is trying. Come on, squeeze this bad boy. If it can get through this area, guys, it could squeeze to 295 very quickly. We're talking about potentially today. Just don't sleep on it. Healthy pattern on Steel Dynamics. Combi and Fitch earnings getting slapped into its earnings. Earnings tomorrow. Company's getting bludgeoned. You wonder if this is a dump before the pump. Here goes Bitfarms. BITF. Going for double-digit gains on the session, guys. It's crypto squeezing. Crypto is squeezing. Bitfarm's waking up. Mara waking up. Bitcoin trying to get going. Sorry for saying Google 312.50 almost in the money. And we got stopped out. Yeah, it was a nice decline on Google. Yeah, I made money. I decided to take profits early because I had a pretty big position this morning on it. So again, short dated contracts, big position, strong stock. But yeah, it's a nice decline. Really solid decline into that area. Has fulfilled my downside targets. I don't know how much more is left in the tank, but today, at least. So the market is still exceptionally strong right now. You're seeing crypto acting very, very well. Bitcoin's trying to break out here on the hourly chart. It did break out. Now you're looking for this next 30 minutes to confirm the breakout, but Bitcoin's looking pretty solid intraday. You've seen some nice trending accumulation patterns in Bitfarms, MARA starting to trend here and push to the upside. MSTR still lagging a little bit. Something's kind of clearly wrong with sale, but Coinbase acting very, very well. So a lot of these stocks are continuously seeing strength. IREN, Cipher Mining, IWM has been pretty much trending all session long. Markets have had a phenomenal, phenomenal rally. This is exactly what I was expecting to happen. Again, some backing and filling needs to be done here. You're hitting hourly chart resistance on your SPX, but I still think that the market is going to stay pretty elevated throughout the course of the day. I'm not expecting too much of a downward move unless we get some sort of geopolitical headline, but a lot of green shoots across the board, guys. Lots of strength. And we'll see if we can close at the highs of the session. I think that that's still a very, very strong possibility. You got strength in all your mega cap tech today. You got strength. Your financials have creeped back to the positive side. Crypto showing some resiliency. China stocks resilient. So lots of positives for the market today. Lots of positive. Crude oil trying to get a nice uptick as well off of the lows. Guys, we have Bitcoin trying to confirm this hourly chart breakout. There's 12 minutes left in this hourly candle. This is a big hourly candle for BTC. Those stocks are moving. Mara, Bitcoin breaking out. We are ripping. Rip it, BTC, rip it. So another reason why the markets are continuing to rip here, guys, probabilities, again, each and every day we get closer to that December 10th meeting, the probabilities just keep swinging in favor of, yet again, more of a rate cut. So 79.1% chance we're starting to get into that overwhelming majority of rate cut decision. And you can clearly see stocks think everything is okay, loving the cheap liquidity and pushing. And we are net long, baby. Great day. Fuck, that 30K that I lost, it's basically been eradicated. I'm actually expecting a lot of these crypto stocks to probably gap up tomorrow. Names like Mara triggered a bullish intraday breakout. We're into a little bit of resistance here on Mara, but again, I wouldn't mind. I'd probably see a little bit of a pullback, and then I think if you get a pullback late in the session, you're probably going to get a gap up tomorrow. There's a touch of resistance here, but Mara's looking strong. MSTR is still lagging a little bit, but finally starting to potentially give us that higher high. So it's been in a downtrend. Even the whole day today, it's been in a downtrend. Just up until really this last 10-minute candle. This is the first higher high intraday that MSTR has printed, literally off of this last 10-minute candle. So it's our first higher high on MSTR intraday. Really, if we go back to the chart, it's probably your first. Well, you did print over here, but MSTR can catch some liquidity now. Squeeze, Bitcoin, squeeze, 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 squeeze. Dollar is imploding here, guys. So it's looking like Bitcoin's going to keep ripping to the upside. Go, 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 go. So Bitcoin did break out on the hourly chart, guys. They've confirmed the breakout as well. So BTC breakout hourly chart has been confirmed. Often you get a small little retest, but the breakout likely signals more upside in the coming sessions. Way, that's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. All right, markets are still squeezing, guys. Nothing wrong with the markets up here. Nothing wrong. This is beautiful price action if you're net long. Beautiful. Lots of strength. IWM, new high of day. Meta breaking out, trying to give us another high of day. Bitcoin still trending. Very positive sign. Squeeze it, BTC, squeezing. Here we go. BTC's in squeeze mode. Beautiful price action. Bitfarms is next, guys. Bitfarms is next. Hey guys, just a heads up. I did close out my December 5th 665 SPY calls for 57% gain. All right, 665 SPY calls I did close out. Still a strong chance that the markets try to gap up tomorrow. Very strong chance. And then I wouldn't be surprised for a little bit of an intraday reversal to end us kind of flattish. So it would not surprise me. Gap up, reversal, end the day flat. Yeah, we are up 100% right now. It just upticked, which is surprising because really Bitfarms hasn't really gone anywhere and the S&P has sold off. So Bitfarms actually declined over the last 15 minutes here and the contracts actually pushed up there 100%. So good observation there. I think part and parcel is because you're getting continued buying in Mara. You're also getting continued price action holding in Bitcoin. Bitcoin has broken out. You're getting a little bit more interest, I think, in the contracts. So yeah, up 100%. But again, these are lottos, so I'm okay with losing 200 bucks if they go to zero. I'm just gonna hold them. I'm probably gonna hold them overnight. Unless we get a big end of day squeeze into $3, I'm probably going to hold Bitfarms overnight because what I think is going to happen tomorrow, I think we're actually going to get a solid gap up tomorrow across the indices and then likely some fading price action intraday. But yeah, we're up 100% on our Bitfarms. Not anymore. Now the bid just changed there. But briefly there, you could have taken 100% gain. So I'm still going to hold mine, just to be honest. All right, so the S&P is pulling back here a little bit. I think we're going to get bought up very shortly here. I think it's a small pullback before we have a push back to the highs. Could be wrong, but I still think the market is holding quite steady. I wouldn't be surprised for the S&P to go back to the highs. Yeah, Meta looking really good intraday. Still squeezing. You look at XLC, guys, and I touched base of this in the weekly sector review that I put out. XLC's got quite a bit. I mean, look at where XLC is, guys, all the way into its 20-day already. And you look at where the SPX is. So SPX hasn't even hit its 20 days. So let's say communications are leading the market, which I think communication stocks are definitely leading the market. Why do I say that? Well, simply because Google has basically been charging higher and higher, and it's the one mega cap stock continuously setting new all-time highs. So Google basically now is putting in leadership in this market, and I think it's leading the communication basket higher here. Therefore, XLC, being that the fact that XLC has already retested its 20-day moving average as of today, you have to think the S&P 500 is going to its 20-day moving average. That is just a little bit of nuance and intermarket analysis that I'm sharing with you guys. So take it how you will. Ryan just did a 660 to 760 debit spread till January 27th on Meta. Nice. Wow, Mara just exploded, guys. MARA exploding higher here. You got Bitfarms trying to get to work. Go to work. Go to work, Bitcoin. Go to work. Look at BTC. Pump it higher. Pump it. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. Again, so I was putting in the chat, I think that the S&P is going to retest the highs. It's set up structurally to do so, in my opinion, with the majority of sectors firming up. You really only have weakness in staples and energy today. That's kind of your laggers in the market. Bitcoin taking a little bit of a breather here. A little bit of selling hitting the tape here, guys. Yeah, I think we're going to get a bullish close. I do. That being said, I'm not really looking at trading any indices 0DTs unless something falls in my lap. I am still riding my Bitfarm Lottos, which they're up 100% right now. But looking for more. Big crypto looks like the end of day push here too. Not surprise me. Your dollar seems pretty weak. It's trying to trigger a bit of a bearish pattern here intraday. We'll see what happens. crypto starting to bounce and squeeze a little bit more now. Mara getting over its 7-day moving average as we speak. We're bumping up into it. Fine, Peter. Yeah, I think all transport stocks make sense down here. You can't argue with the gross profit margins, especially the ones that printed good earnings. I think the fact that you got wheat crude oil, that's their biggest input cost. It's a no-brainer. When that input cost is down significantly, not only just for a few weeks, but on a quarterly basis, it makes a lot of sense for all transport stocks. I like it. So there's the strong bounce in the S&P. Very strong bounce. Our Tempest AI position is just absolutely ripping here. Up double digits on the common shares, and our options are absolutely ripping to the upside. Nice bounce on Meta today. Good bounce on SYM, Symbiotic. Our SVIX, we continuously be short the VIX via SVIX. That position's green for us, working out quite nicely. Again, it was a really good exit on our data vault, guys, in the pre-market today. We sold it all the way up here at, what was it, 284, I believe? Maybe a little bit higher. Yeah, we sold at 284 data vault in the pre-market, and it hasn't hit that level since. We got, again, quantum stocks are bouncing quite nicely. Rigetti looking to probably do a 3-bar surge. Again, that's why I think the markets are going to gap up tomorrow. I think they're setting us up for... There's going to be a lot of people that probably try to short this move because you're inside of this hard waterfall sell-off. But I think they're going to gap us up tomorrow and then sell us intraday a little bit. Nuclear stocks continue to bounce. Oops, let's go back to SPY here. Oscar has maintained most of its gains throughout the course of the day. Whoops. Look at Oscar continuing to flag sideways. HIMS has made a nice reversal and push to the upside, breaking out, setting another hourly higher high. Good trend change for Oscar there. Really good. Rocket Labs has shown a little bit of strength. I still think this has quite a bit of room to run to the upside. Discuss Meta. DPRO trying to firm up off the lows. UMAC trying to firm up off the lows. Financials have made a really big push. WFC, JPM, Bank of America, regional banks pushing. Look at Open Door today, guys. Open Sesame. Still ripping. Crazy. Damn, that was just today, guys. Look at where Open Door opened. All the way down here on the 677 here. I mean, holy, that's a pure intraday rally. That is crazy. What a move. What a move, guys. Stunning price action. Nat gas still remains weak. SoFi, wonderful day for SoFi. That was one we traded on Friday. I wish I swung some time on those 0DTEs that we traded on Friday. I mean, we made a huge gain from the reversal to getting our $25 calls in the money, but look at SoFi ripping. Crazy. Strong day for Intel, Grab, Tesla, Big Bear, ADL. Nvidia remains firm. Mara's continuing to squeeze here, guys. MARA. Absolutely ripping here. Obliterating the shorts as we speak. Here goes Bitfarms. BITF going for another high of day. Can it do it? Do it, Bitfarms. Do it for our calls. Come on. Bitcoin still trying to push. Wow, your QQQ's almost at its 50-day moving average, ladies and gents. Almost at its 50-day. Pretty crazy. Oliver is asking about Big Bear AI. How do you see Big Bear waiting for a smaller pullback? Let's take a peek. Yeah, I don't know how much pullback you're going to get. This is a pretty big area. EMA 113. Why this is a big area is because it's a previous breakout zone through that EMA, and then you lost it, got rejected off of this hourly wick, fell, bounced, fell, tried getting above again, failed, and now you've consolidated here for a few hours above that EMA. So it's a big level. I don't know how much more you're going to get. Um, I think it's a long. As long as you stay above that EMA, it's technically a long right now. Along with the hourly EMA, you're sitting right on that daily one, so it's got some momentum potentially to push. Go Bit Farms, go! Squeeze it! Squeeze it! IWM 242 tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe. That's kind of around your 50-day. It could. Let's say the problem with the Russell is look where we're sitting. This is a big area for the Russell. From your pivot low in July to this pivot, this is your breakdown back test. So this is a massive zone for the Russell. I mean, if you head to 242, you got to get through your 20-day, then you have your 50-day. There's certainly a chance, if it pops up tomorrow to 242, I think it's going to get sold into. That's just my opinion. But yeah, it's strong for sure. Very, very strong. Tough. I'm personally not swinging, but if you're wanting to, it's aggressive. It's very aggressive. You're chasing, right? You're definitely chasing. We haven't had much consolidation here. Intraday, it's just been a one-way V-shaped bounce. But I mean, stranger things have happened. Setting up technically on a 3-bar surge certainly got the momentum. Like I'd personally still buy dips in the indices, but I want to see a little bit more backing and filling. We're going up very quickly. Still have a lot of long exposure. You know, we were long the December 5th 665 SPY calls, and we locked in our gains today. Despite I still think we have upsides, just reducing into strength again. I usually sell a little early, but I still have a ton of long exposure on the table, so I'm okay with banking some profits. There's always another trade where we can deploy that capital into. Still a lot of oversold charts out there, guys. A ton of oversold charts. Some extended ones. We did take one new trade. Um, It was a put option on the market. Again, you got to be very strategic, I think, if you're shorting this market at this point. But I'm still bullish, guys. I'm still bullish. Come on, Bitfarms. Give us a impulse squeeze to the upside. I feel like Bitfarms is close, guys. BITF. I feel like it's so close to giving us a punch through this high pivot here. So close. I can taste it. You know, Mara is continuing to trend throughout the whole day. Very, very good price action for MARA. Bitcoin's trying to break here, guys. Bitcoin trying to break again. I know a few you're probably looking at this 10-minute head and shoulders pattern on SPY, but I don't think it's going to play out. I think the more likelier pattern here, guys, into the close, it's going to be this little inverse head and shoulders. You can see it here. So if you're wanting to take an aggressive 0DT long, now's the chance. Literally, if you buy a retest of this candle, that would kind of be your risk using the stop loss. But it looks like they might try to squeeze SPY into the end of the session. It's looking pretty bullish in my opinion. You're getting money flow. And that little inverse head and shoulders target takes us to about 671 on SPY. That would be another quarter percentage point move to the upside. Would be unexpected. But that's what that little 1-minute inverse gives you. Nice little bullish pattern to the upside. Again, I don't know how much is left in the tank, but looks like we should try to push for the high, in my opinion. Look at Bitcoin, Ripper, BTC, new high of day. Go, go, go. The train has left the station. Push it. Look at that 4-hour breakout. Follow through another 3.5 hours in this candle. Rip it, BTC. Come on, Bitfarms. If crypto can hold its strength overnight and keep trending, that would be ideal. Yeah, so a good session for us guys. Nice job on Google this morning, fading that little pop. We obviously caught the Bitfarms long, which we're up 100% right now, but I think that there's going to be more. Called crypto out, positioned well for the bounce, and I still think there's more upside, guys. Let's get that Santa Claus rally that everyone's talking about. Here comes Santa Claus. All right, so this is the retest of SPY. If you're an aggressive 0 DTE trader, this is the retest of SPY to go long. You have a pretty defined risk in place. Oh, excuse me, guys. Are you serious? Fuck. It's crazy. Frozen? no. I think my stream froze, guys. I don't think I'm here with you guys anymore on my stream. And charts are frozen. What the heck, man? What is even going on right now? All my charts are frozen. Oh, did my Wi-Fi cut out? What is happening here? Why did everything freeze?